bumping shit. Taking a moment. That's better. Give it all I got. That's all I've got to give. Live and let live. What's up, Norse? I'm about to start a very, very fancy model. Feels so like I gotta be so careful handling this one. Thank you. I just got this commission in, and I could not wait to stick my teeth into it. It's a Chaos Dragon Egern Van Horstman from 1996. A very, very rare model. Also, I need to go and turn the AC on really quickly because it is warm in here. Been painting for 5 hours today. Hands fucked. 5 hours is my usual session. Like that's just a normal paint session for me. That being said, this is my gerb. So makes sense that I'm used to doing it for obscene hours. And I'm just gonna start, honestly. I think coming in scales to start. We're gonna be going fairly traditional to the 1996 box art. So this is probably gonna take us a week or so to paint. Ow, ribs. Working on NMM gold first, then a lava sword. Ooh, do you got any photos? Sounds badass. such. Going in, picking in the scales. And put that down so my wrist doesn't get too tired. It's old school models where you have to. I'm gonna put it down so I don't get tired carrying this.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah, indeed, Marquis. This is pewter. Like 3 pounds of lead. It's a 1996 model. It's a very heavy pewter dragon. Thankfully that I did not have to build. New lurking while fooding. Keep away from heat source. Computer models lose detail under heat. It's a genuine question. Norse, that's totally okay. I'm not judging you when I say that, just so you know. This is a very, very rare model. Yeah. I'm very, very happy that my client asked me to paint one of these for him. But yes, it's already pinned. I think pewter has quite a low melt point. That's good to know. Yeah, this is a very, very rare model. 170 to 230 degrees Celsius. I don't think I'm going to have anything around that. Potential lead boys or the old lead boys pewter, same thing. Or unless it's pre 1990s, then it's actual lead. It's very, very uncommon that the lead models are actual lead, although that's not impossible either. I just want to be very clear about that. I think I've been painting since 94-ish. No, exactly. That's why I was saying is most of the most of them are actually tin. However, some of the pre-90s stuff is actual lead. Although those old tin models are badass. I love them. Like I genuinely love um also like I love just like part of this too, like is it's just like I've talked about on the channel before, but like I love the history of going back to old models. Really getting to see where things came from. Like this sculpt is partially just a limitation of what the molds were actually capable of supporting, right? I'm noticing I'm often keeping points of contact with my desk just to for maneuverability. Only a Primaris, but I want some short boys for the shelf. Oh, firstborns are great. Especially if you can get like some old rogue traders or some beakies. Excuse me. Coughing. Mr. Pigments, I have a ton of firstborn bits. I have no idea what to do with. And kill teams as well, but my skill I love painting. Or I just did a kill team recently actually, and I really enjoyed painting it. I see myself doing many, many more kill teams. had 3 big burgers myself. I could go for... I haven't eaten yet today. That being said, it's only like 10 a.m., so I'm probably not going to eat for another 10 hours. Ate majority of a kebab, rest in the fridge for later. Nice. I don't know what I'm having for dinner tonight. I'll text my wife and see what she wants me to make. It's challenging because she's lactose intolerant, so like most easy options aren't really available. Could have 2.5k done, but I hate army painting, so painting one at a time, plus Peg Marines and Stormcast Eternals. Hell yeah, dude. I just speared my glove. Ah. Ow. I have so many holes in my gloves right now that hurt. I would torture my fingies a bit, you know? My ADHD took over painting. Yeah. See, I don't have that problem because thankfully my ADHD is the tunnel vision kind where I just want to like I need dopamine, need rewards, so I've gotten very good at army painting and batch painting so I can continually get that dopamine hit. I found the perfect level of painting that I need to hit for my brain to give me the feel good drug. Yes. More dopamine, please. I've pretty much biohacked my ADHD to produce dopamine on command. It's fucking rad. Plastic crack for dopamine, and I do this for work. So literally, just going to work gives me my dopamine hits. Like this is my full-time job, Norse. So you know, I get my dopamine hit from it. It's like literally just like, yeah, I went to work. Now I feel good for the day. Don't get me wrong. There's also elements of it that I'm like, I still get tired and all that from doing the same task for 8+ hours. But I do have a bit of a formula to keep myself from going crazy doing this. Also, probably streaming is so important. It gives me a little bit of company. Exactly. I'm not an ordinary boy, but I could be a little toy. Bring me honey. I want you. Bring me little muffins or a marshmallow pie. I will show you paradise if you take me for a ride on a chocolate bar. Loving the ska. Thank you. The Busters are one of my stepdad's favorites. But I was at Ska Fest last 2 weeks ago now, where I got my ribs busted up. Although I don't usually go to the ska shows at Ska Fest. The ska and reggae festival, but they also do a hip hop night and a hardcore night. So it was while I was at Ska Fest, I was at a hardcore show. What is going on with this playlist? 1 second. This is the same. Okay, 1 second. I gotta Hobby Core Circle Pit. Dude, it was. Okay, so I actually don't like circle pits because it's just people running around in a circle and nobody's actually hitting each other. And like, I prefer when it's just like the classic, like explosive punk rock mosh pits. Nah, I'm more into like pogo with like fucking elbows up. When you got everybody like jumping around, just like elbowing into each other. But I got a couple of my ribs crunched doing that because I'm old, and unfortunately, I don't take hits like I used to. Also, welcome in Hobbycore. Hope you're having a great day so far. We're working on a very, very interesting and rare model today. We're going back in hobby history, honestly. Was up shopping an hour ago, a bunch of karate, doing stuff in the park. Oh, it's kind of funny. There were some MMA guys training in the park when my wife and I were in Vancouver recently, and I'm watching them doing their boxing, and like they're doing their pad work, right? And I'm watching like they're fucking really good Thai kicks. Like their kicks were good, but their boxing was not. And it was kind of funny because I was like showing my wife, like I'm just like, okay, see, like watch what they're doing here. I was like, see how his hand comes out, and watch, see how he does this right at the very end. I'm gonna back up. So I was like, see how he does this right at the very end. I was like, so what you do when somebody does that is you just pop, pop over the top. And she's like, what? And I was like, as soon as that hand is down a little bit, you just front hand, paw down over the top. Like they can't do anything about it. They have there's no way to block that. If you dip your front hand down, they're gonna slap your hand down and just punch you square in the face. I know because my coach used to do it to me regularly, and it's why my jab comes out like a fucking piston now. Same thing. Because watch my punching, always very, very straight. Hand tracks perfectly in a line. Why? Because I want to keep my guard. Was the other thing too is they kept looping their hooks. They kept looping their hooks, and I was trying to teach her that it's like you don't swing your arm, you're just turning over. A hook is just turn and flex, elbow up and turn. Bam. None of this shit. There's a little boxing 101 with Boneless. Now that's all well and good if you fight out of a traditional guard, which I don't, but it's still always fun to me when I like see guys training and I'm like, okay, this is what they're doing well. These are the mistakes that they're making. And it was funny because I think one of them overheard me because I watched one of them. It's quite funny because I think one of them overheard me because I saw one of them watching me as I was demoing it to my wife of how you're supposed to do it. And then I watched the other one do it, and all of a sudden I just heard this fucking bang from across the park, and I look over, and yeah, buddy's turning his hooks over, and he's like, holy fucking power difference. Buddy's hitting like 5 times harder. Would not want to get caught with that. It was also kind of funny watching my wife, like watching them doing their sparring though, because then they did their pads, they did their sparring, and the only thought she had watching them doing it, she was like, "Why are they so slow compared to you?" And I was like, "Because they're bigger than I am. Like they're probably like welterweights, but on top of that, it was kind of funny for somebody to ask me that because I was like, you don't even know how great of a compliment that is when you're like, why aren't they as fast as you? I was like, why do they seem so slow compared to you? And it's just like, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Please tell me about how fast my hands are again. Welcome in, White Wolf. No worries, Norse. Hope you have a great time with your baking. Hope it goes well. I'll be here for a while, so if you choose to pop back in, we're going to be painting this dragon for the next probably 5-6 hours. White Wolf, what are you up to? How's your day been so far? I know it's a bit later for you, so... Jinxie, what's up? Making coffee. It's been a mad day. We had our first ever company open day with customers and suppliers having free reign on site. That sounds like the worst decision ever. Who thought that would be a good idea, White Wolf? And can we like volunteer them to be strung up by the nuts? Like I feel like whoever made that decision, everybody should be allowed to hit them once with a bamboo stick. It was actually cool. Okay. I'm just typically anything where you have everyone on site is that is if it was cool, that's cool. Cause you do custom wraps, right? If I remember correctly, you do custom car wraps. Try to remember what people do. Made some contacts, got to push some lesser known products. Ooh. Might be a good way for you. Yeah, that's actually, we do vehicle fleet and building branding. Oh, cool. I know all about it. We used to have to get our trucks wrapped quite regularly at Nickel Bros. So, yes, but for fleet vehicles. That's really cool. And I mean, if it's always good to have contacts in the industry that you're in, right? Like, I'm gonna be real, dude. That is a huge part of SMC for me, is to make more contacts in the industry. So you putting it that way, it definitely makes sense. Did anybody watch the Mini Masters TV show? Was it Squidmar doing that? I didn't watch the first episode. I saw that it was pretty popular, did pretty well. Saw I saw a few Instagram posts about it, and I know I didn't realize AC was on it, which is really cool. That it's like somebody I've actually like interacted with. I did see that they were put on like time limit challenges, which definitely didn't favor the artists in the way that those guys typically painted. AC said the challenges got super crazy. I believe it. The only thing I found myself thinking, like, again, for the little bits of it that I saw, was I was like, you only had 8 hours to paint a miniature. I was like, that's kind of the boneless specialty. As I was like, they want guys that can produce relatively high quality AC, Big Dino. They are all incredible. And again, like I just thought it was cool. Like I even interacted with one of them, but he's somebody whom I lurk in his stream like as much as I possibly can because I'm trying to save up to get some feedback from him on the troll. Which, you know, again, Jinx, I know you've been coaching me through that on that one and everything, but I want to know what he thinks of it and like see what he would recommend because his style is so different than how we both work. So I want to get a couple other people to look at it and be like, what do you think? They're getting appeal from more mini painters. I also like that after this is after we got off the call, I started noticing little things. Getting input from 3 artists on your current work. So I have a few different artists I go to for input. Jinx does my private coaching. So I also like to just like let her know who's helping me on a piece because it actually I feel will give her the insight into knowing what the advice I'm getting is in reference to. You know, if I'm going to like a big one was like I go to Google Studios a lot when I'm working on like crazy lighting effects because that's kind of the thing that he's really fucking good at. So like if I need help with like a weird lighting effect that I'm just not understanding, exactly, he's the first person in my list that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to Google because like that's his shit. He's a great person. He's a really nice guy, but on top of that, exactly, he knows what he's talking about. And then like it's funny, like Steph's advice, falling freely. Her advice for me is always just keep doing it. It's working. Just keep doing it. She's almost better at seeing the vision of what I'm going for than I am with the way she reacts to some of my stuff. Where she's seeing where I'm going before I'm able to see that I can get there. And that always makes me really happy when I get to like share that work there. But we did the super close-ups on the troll, and feel like Pascal threw down a challenge last night. Someone fucking do it. Dude, Pascal does it like Pascal throws down challenges constantly. He does the same thing you do. He's gonna taunt you with stuff he knows you're capable of doing. He does it to me constantly. He comes in here and shit talks me into doing stuff that I'm very capable of, but I don't want to do. And regularly I'm producing better quality miniatures because of it. But it's the one thing I have noticed is he does love to throw down challenges and a bit of shit talk. Never outside of your skill set. He's adamant you'll quit halfway through. No, he knows you're not going to quit. He knows you won't do it then. I've interacted with him enough to know he's not saying that if he genuinely he wouldn't say he thinks you're going to quit if he didn't think you wouldn't actually like it's weird. It's hitting you with the reverse psychology. He did the same thing to me when he said I wouldn't. He's like, I bet you won't highlight each individual skin cell. And then I did it. And then he's like, yeah, well, I bet you won't turn it into a 3-tier highlight on each of them. Dude, he got me to do a 3-tier highlight on each skin cell on the troll. It's the exact same shit he pulls with me. I love it. He's making us level up. He's making us level up our stuff. Also, it's weird now that like this is what Jinx was saying needs to be fixed up because she's like all of this looks good, and she's like, now you have this one section in the corner that looks phoned in over here, so we have to keep working around in circles until. And that's what it's going to be, is I'm going to finish that corner, and then we're going to spin the model, and then she's going to be like, actually, that corner looks phoned in now. We got to go back over there. Best thing I've done it for. Can I make a suggestion, White Wolf? Do you want to know the trick to feathers? Especially like I'm gonna teach you like I could teach you the Bob Ross trick to doing like anything like that, or old school painting technique is you want to do feathers? But I'm saying if you want to do each individual one, use a fan brush. What's going to allow you to hit a bunch of it's going to let you get all of your individual lines, but you can drop 12 or 15 of them down at a time. I know I said that and you still said no, but I'm doing it anyways. Yeah, I would use a fan brush because that's going to allow you to tackle way larger sections way faster. I have no idea what's going on with my playlist. No matter what I do, I cannot get it to shuffle. Is it time to move my playlist over to YouTube Premium? I do have YouTube Premium. Is it time to get rid of Spotify? Oi, Mark. No, I'm using a 5 zeros because I like the pain. Ooh, nice. It's like that scene in the end of Casino Royale where you're just repeatedly getting hit in the nuts with a piece of rope. First, I need a fan brush, but if I had a fan, I would rather use it to cool me than brush me down. Hammer down. Also, welcome and salam. Hope you're doing well today. Fucking love this song. Got all the cool cats in here right now. I guess everybody wants to see this model. It is a pretty rare one. I do get the interest. And we are going to be doing the classic 1996 box art paint scheme. I looked at the model and I talked to the client, and he was originally like, "Can you paint it up like a Nurgle dragon to fit the Chaos Army?" And I was like, no. I like just looked at it and I was like, I mean, I could, but then I'm gonna have to convert. And do you want me to convert this model? He's like, no. He's like, I don't want you to do anything other than use it exactly as is. And I was like, okay, then we need to kind of fall. And I was like, this is the one time I'm actually gonna disagree with you on letting me do my own thing and say, no, we got to go box art. And I was like, but I'll use a couple of small elements of the army to tie it all together. So I might give Egrim a white cloak. I'm probably going to give Egrim a white cloak, and I'm going to put it on the same basing scheme as the Nurgle army, despite the fact that it is not a Nurgle model. It is a Demon of Tzeentch, or he is a Warrior of Tzeentch. Yeah, I want to go for that classic color scheme. It's just too good. I've seen it before, like 30 years ago. It's when it came. This model's just over 30 years old. It came out, and for those of you that don't know, this model was originally released January 1st, 1996. It is actually a 30-year-old model. No. Yes. It is not the first. It is not the first Chaos Dragon. This is a second generation Chaos Dragon. Yes, it's about 3 pounds of fucking solid pewter. You could bludgeon somebody to death with this. Why you're noticing I'm carrying it quite awkwardly and I'm tilting it on its like whenever I'm picking it up, you guys are gonna notice I'm tilting and tipping, not picking it up. I'm always leaving contact points with the ground because it's heavy. So The gas heat is empty, it's damp as a tomb. The spirits we drank are ghosts in the room. Forklift truck for the player's turn. I remember I painted a large might have been the same one. There were about 4 dragons released in this era. Or there's 4 Chaos Dragons released during this time. And then I'm not gonna do the spikes. What's up, Goose? I don't like new GWs at Dragons at all. Dude, I love this one. Was it? Are you sure? It probably was this one then, Mark. I mean, it is fucking ugly. People don't have to like the model. Old GW sculpts are coming from, you know, somewhere in the past, right? It's just it's important to understand that this is hand sculpted from Pewter. So a lot of the design on this one is based around the actual ability to sculpt it, right? So the design elements are the design elements on this one are much based around how the model can support its own weights or support its own weight. But give it time. Give this model a few minutes, or give it a few hours to let some of the colors go down. And trust me when I say this is a gorgeous sculpt. You know, not everybody will like old Warhammer. That's more than okay. A lot of people don't love the old 90s sculpts. However, I do think it's important to we give it some time, because you know what? The new GW stuff, I'm not a fan of their new dragons myself either. I actually do really like the old ones. I mean, dragons in general are always really fun to paint. The new version is gorgeous. Haven't seen it. Do you have a link, White Wolf? Okay, this is actually the exact same playlist that I played yesterday on a very long drive. So I need to figure out what's going on with Spotify. Okay, I saw the Chaos Warriors. I saw the Cathay Battle Box. I didn't care for the new Chaos Knights. They just look like the old ones. And the Chaos Warriors, same thing. They just look closer to the AOS ones. I prefer the old ones. That's a nice dragon. I do. Yeah, that's a nice dragon. We're going to be using kind of that first color scheme too, like the red, blue, black with the fleshy wings. Like that's actually, whoa, that's the same color scheme we're going to be using here. Oh, cool. That's a first gen dragon. That's first generation stuff. So that's even older than this one is. Hello, Linux. That's some old school stuff, though, Mark. And I know how old Mark is. Roughly. And the older ones I have is Inquisitor Karamazov, the guy on the walking throne, and the old metal Celestine. If they change the arm wings part, I might like it. Okay, rinse my brush out really quickly. And that's a really fun start. Is something bonking the mic, by the way? Yes, me. Constantly. It's me. I'm the one bonking the mic. I'll try and move some stuff a little bit so that stops happening. Oh, God. There we go. Fix that. There we go. Is that better? Death marks, lost the will. That's also understandable. I've got an idea for how I'm going to do the stomach here. I don't know if it's going to work, or how I'm going to do the skin. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but we're going to try it. Start with some bright Pyrrole Red. I'm just going to take my brush. Start with this section here. Let's create a bunch of super textured skin here. I have 3 or 4 colors I'm going to be using for this. Do we reconnect? Lisa, can I have some frames? I mean, it's all muscles are going to be very veiny and muscular, right? Like, do I continue the War Dogs or paint Linnet's paint? What's going to make you the happiest? But yeah, I had a book recommended to me to start studying. I cannot find a reasonably priced copy of it, though, unfortunately. I think it's out of production. That or it's considered to be a textbook. But either way, its fucking price is a little out of my range right now. No, it's a so I study art books, if you guys don't know. I do a lot of artist studies. Because I don't really, I haven't been to art school, so I'm trying to make sure that I can get myself a good education. And it was recommended to me to read, what was it called again? I'll pull it up here. It was the only copy I could find of it was almost $1,300. Reinventing the Tattoo by Guy Aitchison. He told me I need to study a copy of Reinventing the Tattoo by Guy Aitchison, and it is fucking $1,300 for a copy. Yeah. If anybody has a copy of that kicking around that they don't want or need, I'll gladly buy it off you for $100. If anybody has a copy they want to get rid of, I'll give you $100 for it. I'm not paying 12. Yeah, if anybody has a copy of Reinventing the Tattoo. Mark doesn't stream that often, but he's rad. Can't actually remember the last time Mark went live. Although him and I've talked about doing some content together before. Okay. Might paint out. I'm just doing the effect on one section to test if this is going to work. Okay, I gotta figure out what the fuck is going on with my playlist. I'm not okay with this. I want a different playlist. You're not just gonna play me the same fucking playlist every single day. I've heard the same playlist every fucking day. It does not matter what I do. It will play one song different, and then it goes back into just, it restarts the same playlist over, no matter what. I cannot get Spotify to play a different playlist. Even if I go into an actual playlist, it just goes back into the old playlist. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to cancel Spotify because of it. If they can't because they can't figure out how to make a functioning shuffle button. Like, if you can't figure out random number generation, your fucking product sucks. Quick search, eBay got one for 1,450 US. See what I mean? It's a very, very expensive book. I might message him back and be like, "Hey, buddy, do you have any recommendations for books that don't cost over $1,000?" Well, you can DM me, Linux. Uh, hmm. I don't want to go into anything on stream. I'll just put it that way. Welcome in, Pascal, even if you're on a lurk. Appreciate you. Don't think he's here anyway, but I don't know if you can shout out people that aren't. Oh, I guess you can. Yeah. I just assume if you can do the shout out or if you can at them, then it's there. But then I forget that not everybody just uses the at function to do the shout outs. Yeah. I realized that after I said it. Or after you said that, I realized that's what happened there. Okay. There we go. And like such. And there we go. Not good at this. I grew up in a nugget fest.
You'll have to speak up.
Yeah,
I'm wearing a towel.
You're enjoying this, guys.
And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be layering up lines on top of lines, on top of lines, on top of lines, on top of lines, until we get a gross wrinkle skin. And then let's bring in a dark color as well. Evil red. If it is standard, faith is being fancied up reason. Christ, that confused me. You'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel.
The nation got to feel their duty to regulate their homeland, pass on tradition.
And there we go. And there we go. I'm just going to come in with my brush really quickly and reinforce some of my shadow areas as well. Oh, that looks bad right now. Gotta trust that I know what I'm doing, though. Okay, stenciling in some of the details. There we go. Just bringing in shadowy areas. And I know it's looking not great the way we're doing it, but okay, you gotta just trust me. Okay. We're gonna come into the all this texting, at least good friends. Nice.
Now, I have to do this whole section up to about here, because that's where I'm going to be able to be. I'm essentially just making sure that I get that whole one area worked in, so that way when I come in for the next steps, I can make sure that I'm getting a decent color match. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. There's stuff going on. Man, oh man, don't feel obligated to be here. You know, like don't feel like you got to be here. You want to go be with friends and family right now? Totally get it. In fact, I want to encourage you to do that.
All right.
New York.
Okay.
Back into my dark color. Fun fact, it actually went back into the old playlist. I'm gonna fucking cancel Spotify because of this. I already pay for fucking YouTube ad free, so you know what?
Oh, it's all good. I'm just there's all can't. It's unfortunate. I just can't really do much. Uh, Other than acknowledge that that really sucks. I'm also tunnel visioned in on this dragon right now because I'm trying to do an effect that isn't really working the way I want it to. So I'm going to try and see if I can make this do what I want it to. There we go. Hey, yeah. That looks pretty good, or that looks a little better after the first glaze. I'm gonna have to repeat that step, I think, 3 or 4 times. Give that a moment to dry, and then we'll start putting some highlights in. Dude, it's again, don't feel bad. I just yeah, again, I'm not mad. I'm however gonna drink a fuck ton of coffee there. Well, back to the 0 for a second. Gonna be a really wrinkly dragon.
People will loot caves to power.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta figure out what the fuck Alicia Dress has been. Oh, dude, the computer. Oh, I gotta figure out something with this playlist. I'm done with this. Go like this.
I'm putting on a different playlist to see if it will give me new music instead of playing the same songs in the same order every single day, no matter what I try to do.
Okay, that's starting to work. belly is glowing.
It will be. This is the one section I'm working at right now.
There we go. Starting to come together in a cool way. I'm gonna give that a moment to dry. I'm gonna use the washroom really quickly, and then we will be right back. I am back. I'm just going to take 1 second. I don't get it. Why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7 was a registered 6 offender. I have a lot of different punchlines for that joke. Part of being old is eventually you start learning variations to the same jokes. Okay, gonna try another glaze over this, see if that gives me the effect I'm looking for. If it doesn't, I'm gonna abandon the stomach for a second, and then I'm gonna work on a different area. Okay, there we go. Oh, hi, baby Sigurd. Do you want some kibble too? Or you want wet food? Time to feed the cat some wet food. There's flame in his stomach. Right now, if it looks like there's flame in his stomach, I'm not doing the correct effect because I want it to look like he's wrinkly. So I gotta work in some more fleshy tones, I think. Sorry, I gotta feed the cat kibble really quickly. Oh, I assumed you were going seconds. No, I'm trying to go for wrinkly stomach. Right? It's gonna have some bad heartburn if that's where the fire is. And the other thing too, I can also always come in and just airbrush over the effect. Smooth it out that way. Which, you know what? I don't normally airbrush live on stream, but I do have some of my stuff set up for it. It's just a couple of spritzes, so I might actually, just to test this out, we might try the airbrush. I'm starting to read. Mimir, just leave your brother's food alone. This is why you're on a diet. I love you, but like you're on a diet because I love you. My cat does not seem to understand. I'm dieting him because I love him, not because, I'm mean to him. Also, Jinx, it was really funny that you posted that picture of your cat with the tummy, being like, I want to rub his tummy, but it's a trap. Because both of my cats are obsessed with getting their tummies rubbed. So whenever they do the long stretch, they're inviting you to come and rub their bellies. But both of my cats absolutely love having their bellies rubbed. Actually, they kind of remind me of dogs because they don't have any spots they don't like having pet. Like both of them like having their both of them even like having their toe being squished. Like you can poke their little. Yeah, see, mine'll even let you squeeze their little toe beans. Give 'em a little hand, give 'em a little squeeze. Mine, I have no idea why. It's funny too because you wouldn't expect that from a feral. Also, if I haven't made it clear, my orange cat that I bring up on stream all the time, you wouldn't guess he was a feral cat, would you? Now we're gonna start working in the highlights correctly. There we go. It's working. It's working.
Irritum.
Rinse the brush out. Now we're just very carefully doing lines. Doing all the lines. Ooh. Love this song. Like puts on a pretty good show too. Here was a great time. You're waiting. Fucking ugly. I wear my scars like the rings on a pimp. I live life like the captain of a sinking ship. The one thing that I can guarantee, I'm like a stepping razor. I suggest you stay fair with me. I've been paying dues for a decade plus. Before that, I was just another face on the bus. Tapping my foot to the beat on the radio. Dreaming about the mic and the monies and the ladies. Oh, mom, I promise I'm gonna be large. Someday I'ma stop trying to borrow your car. I'm gonna go large with charisma and skill until they put my face on the $1 million bill. Fear is a 10-letter word. Discretion is the name of my cement feather bird. Murder Mittens, name for my latest indie project. Unfortunately, I think that one might be taken, Dan. Also, if it's an indie project, that's like at least 12 words too short. Need to be like the Real American Society of Murder Mittens or something. Play one show and then just fucking completely break up. Oh, okay, old school indie. So are we talking like Adam and the Ants or Wall of Sound old? Be like that industrial band that actually just built decks. I'm pretty sure that was a thing. I can't remember if that was a satire article or not now about the industrial band that just built decks. You get the best sound that way.
Now, the real question is, does the Makita or the Milwaukee have better acoustics? Makita and Milwaukee are made in the same factory. I learned something today. Which is funny because actually prefer Milwaukee tools because Makitas are essentially just Milwaukees for people with lady hands. The Heart and the Garfang Kanzakimi. Like, I always felt that Makita was just like slightly, like literally lighter duty Milwaukee. Because like I've used both, and the Makita stuff could not survive my old work site. I face dice that name like an off-brand. Okay. Okay, there we go. Just, had some yellow, so I'm doing a bit of glazing here because I can. While I wait for other stuff to dry.
Microphone checker. A short lecture. Closing down the sector. Supreme neck protector. And like such, we just slap in yellow down.
And need to go confiscate the other cat's kibble. Mimir, you've had enough to eat. A ration. This cat does not seem to understand that he doesn't get more food if he keeps eating. So I've had to start taking it away from him because otherwise he eats all of his food and then just meows for food all day. There we go.
Dragon obviously needs a cool name. Probably call him Trogdor.
Oh my god, it actually does look like Trogdor. Oh my god, I can't unsee it. It actually looks like Trogdor. Like the silhouette. The silhouette actually looks like Trogdor. It's got the S, got the arm. Oh god. I can't unsee it. Alright, guys. Well, we're gonna make this Burninator look his absolute best. Okay, okay. This is working. And the nice thing is, like, this is the only section where the lines actually have to, like, properly... I mean, other than here, this is one of the only spots where the lines actually have to line up correctly. Everywhere else, it's like... So, I'm not too worried. As long as I can create something similar across the whole dragon. Nice. Okay. Know what to do now then. Come in, start sketching. We're gonna come through, start grabbing. What's going on there? There we go. gosh, that is should not have done that with this brush. I have to give my brushes a proper cleaning after stream again today. And while will say I stand by my recommendation that these brushes are fucking incredible, will also say that if you want your brushes to be incredible and last a long time, proper brush care and learning brush maintenance is just as important as good brushes. Oh, lovely. You guys hear that? The sound of my sink backflowing. Oh, goodness. That's annoying. Here we go. Brush strokes. And if you're new here, my name is Studio Boneless. I am a commission painter. Your place is gonna blow up. Can you hear that bubbling sound every time that happens? Because no, that's just the sound of my neighbor's sink water uh coming up through my sink. Honestly, it feels like my place is gonna blow up, but problem is all the problems are water related, and renter's insurance does not cover flooding, no matter what. Ooh, good song. Feel there's something always happening over there. I mean, the cheap apartment built in the 80s. What do you expect? And there we go. All right, let's grab. Okay. Why am I so quiet right now? I'm just so tunneled in on what I'm doing. And and, you know, the whole thought, the whole there feels like there's something always happening over here. That's because there is. You get when you just continually live in cheap neighborhoods or areas that are shitty buildings, or just, you know, keep cutting corners on ways to get to save on my cost of living, and none of them are ever the right decision. Here we go. And there we go. Back. Beauty.
And
sketching in. Yeah, we're just sketching the colors in right now. I'm not sure I love the effect on the stomach, but that's okay because I'm coming in and just kind of working some highlight in on everything else, and I can change my mind, right? It's just color, just paint. That's just it, right? It is too hard to say at this stage. So, brave, brave, Yankee and the brave, 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 brave. There we go. Yes. I don't know why my ribs are bugging me so much today. Probably pushing it a bit hard the last couple of days, but just like today and yesterday have been I was like if yesterday I felt fine all day and then just in the evening time it just started killing. And then yeah, today is was fine, fine, fine. And then like right now all of a sudden out of nowhere it's just kind of like, hey. Hell yeah, baby, no money. I believe that also. You guys have had a like freakishly hot year.
In a, like, literally lethal heat wave.
Makes me want to rewatch Ice Age just to see the snow and ice. Right? That's I honestly I get it. Well, it's been quite temperate this year. We've had some pretty fucking hot years as of recent, so kind of nice. Kind of thankful that for the first year in a long time we're not getting immediately cooked, although that's probably going to change over the next few months. But I don't want to think about that while I'm live. It'll make me sad. I like being sad right now. I feel like painting toys. Paint them Barbies. Exactly. Yeah, so we'll get that done. Again, I'm gonna just let everybody know I might close out early today just because I am in pain. That's making it a little bit harder to be entertaining than usual, which I think you guys have probably also noticed that the last like week or two I've been pretty quiet while I've been live, and that's just I'm not sure exactly like how early. I just don't see myself making it 5 hours today. Rush guy, night shift has arrived. How has the day been so far? We are working on a classic model right now. I started out by doing a bunch of textury stuff on the stomach that I'm not sure if I'm liking, so we're going in and just sketching up the rest of the model. And then I'm going to figure out the way I'm going to proceed from there. We're taking it all the way back to 1996 today. Back before half the chat was born. No. I think most of my chat. I'm not sure. I can go look at my analytics report again. I'm pretty sure my demo is mostly 35 to 45, or the 35 to 50 range. I'm out of the young adult range and into the regular adult range. That one's had this dragon and all the others from that era. How is it to have a little throwback blast to the past than seeing this getting painted up, Brush Guy? That's that's what I'm wondering is what is it like then? If you owned this model back when it came out, which was again January 1st, 1996. Oh no. This is when you learn as well that, like what this is like these are extremely rare and collectible now. But I'm glad. I mean, it might make you feel old, but is it a nice throwback still to see it getting the love and attention that this kind of a model deserves? And we're doing the if you again you so you're just showing up here, um, Brush Guy. We're doing the box art color scheme. So we're doing the classic 1996 box art, but we're gonna do it in a 2026. With the 30 years of developed painting knowledge. You know what? I'm gonna use that little bit of pointillism that we've been practicing on the troll. I'm gonna try and introduce some of that into this as well, I think. Greater Demon and Nurgle. Hi, Sigurd Baby Big. What would you like? You want me to be done work and just love you all day? Well, I understand that that is the preferred answer, but I can't do that. You want to come say hi to stream? Hey, you can come say hi to the stream. But I have to take my gloves off, which There we go. He wanted up on the couch. Yeah, I know, and it's not like I'm using my like super dangerous paints right now. Okay. Yeah, how are you doing today, Brush Guy? Mentioned something about a night shift. Here's hoping I can provide some entertainment and some good tunes for that. Another work week over. Time for a 3-day weekend. Oh, hell yeah. That's the right amount of days for a weekend. That's the correct number of days. Crap. And used to only work 3 days for many years now. Oh, well, that's unfortunate then. 3-day work weeks is even better.
think this model's probably going to take me a week or two to paint. There we go. That's better.
That's not bad. I miss working. I mean, sometimes I do. Sometimes I just miss interacting with people on a more regular basis, but you know, I have a job. And I love my job too. Like I do love my job. I want to be very clear about that. I just miss like talking to people in person sometimes. Being a commissioned painter is a very antisocial job. No worries. I say my da-dee-da-da-da. Have an idea. I gotta go have some bubbly water here because I feel like it's illegal to not do it during Dr. Green Thumb. I don't want to get arrested. Let me go bubble my water really quickly. 1 second. we're gonna make a second glaze color. And let's just super thin coats here. Okay, I'm gonna glaze the flesh tone back in again one more time. What am I at? 3 hours? Area over here that I highlighted, I'm actually just gonna glaze the Pyrrole red over it again. Don't know why I'm saying again, I haven't glazed it yet, but I'm gonna glaze this area with Pyrrole red to get it to go back to more towards red, less towards pink. I have an ad break here in about 3 minutes. The ad break happens. I'm gonna refill my coffee. Okay, more coffee still. If I don't, I'm gonna grab something else. Figure that out. It needs to dry for a moment nonetheless. One more up the middle. This. Fuzz together. When the ad hits, I'm gonna grab myself a bevy. You know what? I don't like the stomach. I'm just gonna redo this. Wait, never mind. Yeah, I am questioning my choices a bit, but I'm also then fixing them they're fixing very quickly. So let's see what happens here. I just need to give that a moment to dry is all. Because I can't see what it's going to look like until it dries. And I can't use the heat gun because it's pewter. Out of coffee. So I'm going to have a pee and I'm going to grab a snack. All right. Got my beverage. That's no coffee. I'm out of coffee. Didn't feel like making any. And also, I don't have anything fairly quick to like snack on. So I would need to like full blown cook a meal, which I don't really feel like doing live on camera right now. Ooh, Lifeless Song. Cooking stream when and what will be cooking? I've done a cooking stream before. They're fun. Really depends on what you guys want to learn how to make, I guess. And seeing if I have what I would need to make that in this location. Also, my ears itchy. Better. Cooking is fun. I mean, it can be fun, but it's also the problem is like when you don't like I don't really get I don't have a lot of hunger sensations. I think I've talked about this before. One of my medications makes it so I don't really feel hungry. So nothing actually tells me that I'm supposed to eat. I just have to kind of do it. And then I don't also on top of that, I don't get the sensation that I'm full. I just start sneezing. So and that's the flip side of cooking is like the issue it's again it's the ADHD thing of like I don't want to break focus on what I'm doing to start a new task. And that's really what cooking always ends up feeling like is I have to stop what I'm doing to go and do this for an hour and a half. Then I have to eat, and then I have to clean up. And then it's all of a sudden now 2.5 hours are gone. And then I have to be like, okay, and then I have to restart, and it's restarting's never fast. So I'm losing another hour getting back into my flow, and maybe an hour and a half, and then all of a sudden, now 4 hours are gone, and I'm just like, ugh, why did I even have to do that? Why couldn't I just like not. It's very common amongst artists. Like believe it or not, it's actually an extremely common thing with artists to not want to eat because they have to break focus. I mean, but again, there's also an overrepresentation of autism in the arts. I want food. I want it now. I don't want to wait. Exactly. The only time, and that's just it. Like, if I hit the point where I do feel hungry, that means I want to eat now because I'm probably shaking. We got the gangsta shit. I will eat if someone else will cook it. Best thing you could eat cold after it's cooked. Best thing that's cold after it's been cooked is everyone knows the answer to that's pizza. But like, if we want a legitimate answer, um, like I hate cold pizza. Really? I'm trying to think. Like, I don't mind if my taco meat gets cold. I won't bother reheating taco meat a lot of the time if I'm just gonna have like a quick burrito. If I'm gonna have like a burrito for lunch or something. So I'm not a big fan of like doughy pizzas, but I like flatbreads. Pastas are almost always better heated up. I'm not gonna eat cold pasta. Is the stomach kind of looking cool now, guys? I'm cool with this because, like, I'm liking the way that's looking. It's like 2 or 3 more glazes. I think the mistake was the yellow glaze, honestly, at the very end. I really think the yellow was the mistake, and I gotta kind of fuzz that out. Okay, that's it again. Oh, Drunky's yelling. I don't know what's going on. Wonder if they're about to start fighting upstairs. Heard them like literally kick the shit out of each other up there a couple times. God, crazy ass neighbors. Okay.
up.
There we go. You guys thinking about that? Excellent. Other things. Rise. The wrinkles under the eyes just to show off that we can. Okay, I'm painting out a frame, aren't I? There we go.
Thoughts?
Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah, indeed.
Party incoming. Oh, who's coming? Is it? Got not tipsy enough. Okay, I can party hard enough for both of us. Boneless can make party on a Thursday. Don't worry. I'm not that old yet. If it was Tuesday, that'd be a big ask. Smart went.
Shorzy, you ready?
Give your balls a touch.
Rush
hip
for
fucker.
hire.
You
Holy
going?
crap! That is a big
Frank,
raid
you
coming
ready?
in.
You're going.
Yeah.
Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Sanger.
Good, because you're going. Yeah. Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
because you're going. Yeah. Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Une fois, mon Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going. Yeah. The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Pack mentality, boys. Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys, and welcome in Brush for Hire. Having a great day so far. We're just working on a commission right now. This a very rare model, the 1996 Egrim von Horstmann Chaos Dragon. We're working the dragon part right now, although we do have the rest of the model, and we're working on this glorious hunk of pewter for one of my favorite clients. What were you guys painting? What were you guys up to today? Do you have any photos? I know it's usually, I always hate when do you have photos ready? No, I just read it out. There's absolutely no way I have photos ready. If you take some photos and you want to get them posted, we are link friendly in here. If you don't feel like you're going to get your photography done in time, you just want to show off something recent, feel free to drop a link to your Instagram. So for those of you that don't know me, yeah, my name's Studio Boneless. I am a commissioned miniature painter out of Western Canada. I paint toys. I'm a pretty simple guy. Pretty simple premise there. One of the advantages right now, I've been picking up a lot of rare models lately. Not myself. My one client has just he's a bit of a collector. No pics. I was painting a bust from Ignis Arts. Snowfall. It is a fairy. Thank you for the follow, Vanessa. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Spookerific, friends, FNC Hobbies, Vanessa, and Bare Metal. Busy man. I am a busy man. I am also, well, I mean, I'm fortunate. I get to, by being a full-time commissioned painter, it means I, have a lot more time to paint than most people do, which I am grateful for. But yeah, my one client has been picking up a lot of like rare old world models over the last while, so I've gotten to paint a few that I'm quite pleased with. Canadian too. Other side. That's okay. Everyone knows everyone knows West Coast is where it's at. I'm so far west I no longer live in continental North America. I am in the Western Maritimes. Even further west than that. Even further west than Vancouver. And yes, Vancouver is a coastal city. Quebec. We love the Quebecois. Quebecois and Quebec is one of the most cultured parts of the country. Especially like Montreal. Minnesota, that's just Diet Canada. I was going to ask Vancouver Island. It is actually, yes. To be fair, the chances of me living on an island smaller than Vancouver Island and having good enough internet to be a streamer is not possible. Anywhere smaller than Vancouver Island, I would not have access to fiber optic. All of the small islands here are still on satellite internet. Some of them don't even have internet. Some of them don't have copper phone lines yet. There are still areas out here that people live in that do not even have copper phone lines. Vancouver, I'm watching alone. Oh, dude, it's like the safest, easiest place to go alone in. We have no predators, right? If you're a human, congratulations. The most dangerous thing you could run into is a black bear. No worries, Brush. I hope you have an amazing day. If anybody in my side of this is not familiar with Brush for Hire, he's an incredible painter, incredible person, and we should give them all of the love that they deserve. So make sure you hit follow. And we're going to keep working on this guy for a few hours, I think. Rely on 2 cans and a string. Dude, they don't even have 2 cans and a string. Most of the really small islands require you to own a boat, because you will need to be able to travel on and off the island by yourself. But it's weird because you'll get some people who were there because they were born there, and it's like the only way of life that they know. You'll get a lot of wealthy people who vacation there, and then hipsters who bought homes there because they thought it would be a good way to get their first place, and then realized it's way harder living, along with your internet data packets. We rely on Morse code, Sasquatch style, tree knocking, smoke signals, and carrier pigeons. All about the carrier pigeon. Although I'm gonna be honest with the size of these islands, it's usually just more along the lines of, "Hey, Mr. Prime Minister, Andy." It's pretty much everyone just within yelling distance of each other. Tremor sense is required for comms. Yeah, we just most of the time we just yell really loud. What off? Oh fuck yeah. We're always thankful to have a fellow Canadians coming into the stream. We you know, it's just a real good time, you know. We're giving her. We're gonna keep giving her. And you know, I was teaching chat some Quebecois slang recently. Mostly because, again, it only works in Quebec, and specifically only in Montreal. Because it doesn't in France and in, like, Francais, I think, well, it technically you can get away with it in New Brunswick as well. But, I taught chat, qui est ton papa? Which is, again, only works in Montreal. Only translates in Montreal. Everywhere else, you're just politely asking who your father is. Outside of Montreal, that doesn't translate. North Coast. Oh, qui est ton papa? You caught that right. There's that moment of like, did he just say what I think he said? Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the few French expressions I had. Great fishing in Quebec. Dude, Quebec has great everything, but most importantly, cost of living. If anybody ever actually considered moving to Canada, learn French and move to Quebec. Young people don't say it anymore. No, it's an older person expression. Again, it's again, I was telling people in chat, it only translates, it will only work in Montreal, because anywhere else, especially in like traditional, like if I was in Paris and I said that, somebody they would just look at me confused and then answer most likely with the name of their father. Because again, in France, it translates directly. Whereas in Montreal, it's at least it's localized. The glory of localization. But yeah, if like I would say if anybody's ever thought about living in Canada, like is Quebec is the way to go. You guys also have the best labor rights. How goes the painting? What are you working on? I take it, I'm gonna guess by the name Vanessa Miniatures, you're also a mini painter. Do you stream as well? And same bare metal art, do you stream? And FNZ hobbies. I gotta just go through the list and check here if I gotta follow. How many of you guys are gonna follow back? Because I always love to pop in on what the other hobbyists are doing. I don't need more. I still paint commission. Ooh. If you'd like to share a link to your Instagram or anything, show off some of your work. I really don't think that you know, I don't think you're gonna be stepping on my business's toes being you know, 4,000 kilometers away. Try and pop in on your stream sometime, FNZ. Trying to find a background replacer for your latest project. I used a t-shirt. And like I wish I was joke. I just use a t-shirt. Doesn't work great, but it works enough. Also, what's up, Cal? There. Where's our stream going? Stream's kicking ass. Oh, hell yeah. I'm gonna pull this up really quickly. This is badass. Holy shit, that's good. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get Pascal'd here. That's a nipple. That's a nipple. I'm gonna get Pascal'd. It's clothed. So this is an old joke. For those of you that don't know, Pascal got a 24 or 48 hour ban for painting half of a nipple on stream. Just wasn't even a full nipple, just a bit of areola poking out, and he got a nudity ban for it. And yeah, so no, that's the joke. Is Pascal Ruse. Okay. I don't know if anybody knows what we're referring to here. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. French Crusade stuff? Hell yeah, dude. Exactly, exactly. So that's the worry is that I'm gonna get. I'm like, oh no. What if they think I do sexual content now? Okay. Probably set up my Insta. To have some of my sculptures. Ooh, do you sculpt? Tried warning you. You did try warning me. I just run. So for those of you that don't know as well, which you wouldn't know because you're new here, I run a single monitor. I have a second monitor. I don't know. It always Windows 11 seems to always make shit weird, so it's gotten so confusing. Would be, dude. I've shown a full blown orc riding a cock and balls dinosaur, and nothing happened to me. Honestly, I have no idea why Pascal. None of us really understand why they came down as hard on Pascal as they did. When I've shown nudity, like I've shown way more nudity on my stream than he ever has. That's not really supposed to be a bragging point, more just a point of like commentary that like it's not a big deal. The boobs they exist.
Shorzy, you ready?
Give your
Raid from
balls a
Stellar
tug,
Mass
tit
Jack.
fucker.
You're going. Yeah. Frankie, you ready? You're going. Yeah. Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking
Fucking go, Sanger.
Good, cause you're going. Yeah. Hitch, you ready?
All
hands,
Good, cause you're going. Yeah. Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Informal Sanger.
Good, cause you're fucking going. Yeah. The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, cause you're fucking going. Yeah. Pack mentality, boys.
Phones ringing, getting raids, songs going off, Jack's coming in. What's going on, guy? Hope you're having an excellent day. I saw you were live and that you're back streaming, which is fucking awesome to see. If anybody does not know, Stellar Mass Jack is one of the first streamers connected with on the platform. Fantastic guy. Good sense of humor. And he and his garbage men also play Star Citizen sometimes.
Shorzy, you ready?
Give your balls a
Oh,
tug,
raid
tit
coming in
fucker.
from
You're
JSD.
going. Yeah. Frankie, you ready? You're going. Yeah. Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking
Fucking
go,
go,
Sanger.
Sanger.
Good, cause you're going. Yeah. Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
cause you're going. Yeah. Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Informal Sanger.
Good, cause you're fucking going. Yeah. The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, cause you're fucking going. Yeah. Pack mentality, boys.
Welcome in, Raiders. In the process of welcoming the last raid, we got raided again. My name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys. We are working on a classic Chaos Dragon today. Welcome in, everyone. JSDG, how was stream today? Jack, how was stream today? How is everybody doing? We're having a great day so far. We're working on this classic model from 1996. Going to paint a beautiful piece of Games Workshop history. Ooh, do you have any photos of it or just a link to your Instagram, JS?
because I would absolutely love to see that. And you know we're link friendly in here. For anybody that is new, my name is Studio Boneless. I am a commissioned miniature painter out of Western Canada. I paint toys for a living. I also stream because it keeps me accountable to going to work. Because if I was working on some Trench Crusade, B was painting the Dragon Empress. How'd the Trench Crusade stuff go, Jack? I know you've been working on that for a while. Jack sent some pics. Hell yeah. Okay, 1 second. We got something almost done from Jinxie here. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's also a little poker out there. I don't know. They'll bring that up again, but let's you know what? Let's risk it. No? There we go. Haha. What's the scale on this, Jinx? That's gorgeous. Also, normally I'm not going to zoom in this close on people's work, but like this is really nice blends on the skin there. Lots of really nice texture in the handle of that. Got kind of a bone ivory feel going on there. And then the leather is just so much texture. Love it. Jinx's painting is unreal. That's why I hire her to coach me. That's why she does that's why I get coaching from her, because she is a phenomenal painter, and I can learn a lot from it. I just need to work on something. Real Brutch guy catch up. Man, I really got to get through, like, I want to finish the troll. But I can show off the front, because the front half of the troll is done. I just got to finish the back now. We just got to finish the back now, but the front half is done. So we did actually get through my SMC entry. This piece has been about between 90 and 100 hours. I think that this was, between 90 and 100 hours so far. He has been... That is coming with me to Amsterdam. That is my entry for SMC. I really, really want to... I wanted to do Golden Demon, but I also wanted to do, like, I don't know. There's 1/9 scale. Oh, Eindhoven. Yes, it is in Eindhoven. However, I'm still flying into Amsterdam. Also, whenever I say Eindhoven, I regularly have to tell, like, I have to tell North American people often where Eindhoven is. So I find it easier to just say Amsterdam, because it's an hour and a half outside the city. Fair. That would be like going to Abbotsford, though, and saying, oh, I'm going to Vancouver. If you're not from here, yeah, that's fine. If you're from here, it's very wrong. You did. I think that was posted in the Discord already. I believe I saw that yesterday. Wasn't live yesterday, but I do believe it was yesterday that I saw that, because I was going through pictures yesterday. Yeah, if you're new here, please consider giving us a follow. I'm live on Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays, 10 a.m. till at least 3 p.m. Pacific time. Mondays, we shut it down at 2. Or 1:45, because I gotta... Can everyone come here and teach us locals how to paint? Where is here? That depends. Also, is my airfare going to be covered? Because like the studio does okay, but it's not that great. Aussie? I mean, I would see if Lecter... Does Lecter run courses down there? I'm just trying to think of, like, really, really good Australian painters. And yes, Brush Guy, of course I do. I would love to see your progress. That's what we're about here. Other than that, Man, you'd probably know who the good people to go to for courses down there is. You know a few of the Aussie streamers. I mean, I absolutely can run lessons, but I teach beginner painting. Because I'm an intermediate advanced painter, and you always teach a level below. Like, you can only teach at one level. You can only teach a level below where you are. So I can't teach advanced painting because I'm learning advanced painting. Ooh, same model as Jinx? We did that once. Need to revise my teaching 101 class. My 101 class is... I'm going to bring this up on stream for a second here, Brush Guy. That's gorgeous. Really like the pale skin and the use of the makeup. And also the amount of green you have in the skin. That's really nice. There's a lot of green and a lot of blue in that. Which is giving you a really nice contrast against the purple magenta, like the kind of violet makeup. And really, yeah, I really like that. That's really crisp. If anybody, again, doesn't know Real Brush Guy's work, fucking incredible. Genuinely incredible stuff. Apparently I'm too advanced. Please give me tips. Teaching a 101 course is pretty simple. Like my 101 is just based on shapes and brush control. Take them through the fundamentals of base coat, highlight, and so when I teach like beginner painting, the key thing I would be doing is focusing on teaching people through getting all of their base coats down, and things like the significance and importance of establishing strong undercoats. I also focus on things like telling people to just try things out, and then again, like understanding basic shapes. So I teach Muscle Island, which is kind of not too far off what you see me doing right now for my highlighting. I just when I teach color and when I teach anything like that, I'm always trying to keep things as simple as I can, because the more complicated something is, the less people are going to understand about it, right? So if I explain to people that non-metallic metal and value sketching are the exact same process,
it's a lot easier to wrap your head around how to do non-metallic metal once it's been broken down that it's just a really, really clean value sketch. We can go through, learn the shapes, learn secondary refractions, all that afterwards, because you can sketch in a really clean and really good looking NMM by just understanding the fundamentals of value sketching. So my 101 is how to establish your strong base coats and then sketch on your model, which is my process to painting. I also will teach slap, like depending on how beginner, like if we're talking never touched a brush before, I'll teach slap chop sometimes. Just like here's how you get, some models ready for the table. If you've never painted, you have no interest in painting, But then yeah, my 101 is a value sketching based. So it's always focused on like let's come through, let's keep sketching, let's go brighter and brighter, and then you can teach later on how to knock it back, how to smooth things out. Because realistically, once you understand your shape and your lighting, once you understand your shape and how to do the value sketching, it's a lot easier to, again, teach all of the lighting, everything else, which is, again, I'd say, I've always said, like, my opinion is, like, beginners learning how to apply smooth base coats, intermediate is, like, learning how to do a lot of texture, or learning how to do your highlights and your shadows. Advanced is kind of learning how to do your lighting and your texture. And then, then it's about, the last final step is about bringing everything together. How do I utilize my color, my texture, my contrast? Like, how do I pull all of these ideas together? Is Slapjaw? Exactly. So, like, see what I'm doing right now, where I'm just kind of touching the model and putting down little bits of light, little bits of light, little bits of light. Uneven highlights, A lot of new painters don't know that you can do stuff like this, right? Like, watch. See, I'm doing my edge highlight, but I'm breaking it. Keeping texture going. Ooh. Zombert and Ernie. It's a little jinxy one. The zombie troll is kind of my is one of my favorite pieces I'm doing or I've done. But I don't know. I like doing undead stuff too, I think, because like, oh, who's completed and just still not mounted on a plinth? So if you guys have been wondering why we haven't gotten, you're wondering why we haven't gotten the photos of Astaroth up yet. Guess who finished painting a model or finished painting a bust? Like, was that 2 months ago now? A month and a half ago? 2 months? We finished Astaroth. Still just sits beside me, unmounted. I need to buy a drill. Or Astaroth. We're gonna deal with it soon enough. Take a look. This is a model Jinx and I painted alongside each other. She did the same thing with her Astaroth, although it's currently just sitting like 2/3 of the way done, oil painted. I had a lot of fun painting that though. I wanted to get his head exploding. Actually, you know what? Because I don't think this shows up on stream. Let's do something that I did for when we were showing stuff off the other day. I don't think you guys have actually can see quite just how textured he is. That hair. But I wanted it to be able to see every single muscle fiber. That chunk of his skull flying off. Get up super close. I'm not sure if you guys can make that out. There's even a little vein. There's the veins on the brain. But yeah, I feel like what I've shown you guys of that up to that point, I feel like the texture that I achieved on him has not been it does not come up on stream very well. So I wanted to but I'm looking at the areas on that are white and the bone areas, and I'm like, I'm gonna come back in and change those now that I know a bit about doing bone. And yeah, that one I'm gonna bring that one to Eindhoven with me as well, but that's because it's model for Jinx. And for the Jinxie, yeah, that one is for her. Because she's doing a lot of my coaching for me, it's important that she can actually see what my work looks like in person. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not giving her the troll. Sorry. Troll's not for sale. That's my first serious competition piece, so I need to hold on to the troll. That's one of the only pieces I don't want to I've ever been like I can't let go of this. Unless it ends up going to a family member. Because I have been asked about potentially doing something up as like a fancy paperweight, and I was like, well, troll would make a pretty awesome paperweight. And there we go.
In love where your prayers are gone. Think it's like a criminal.
Paperweight, heck, I use disc. It's true. Super ear, just how Pascal paints Earth element. Dude, I'm excited to see how Pascal does anything. He's a very, very incredible painter, and one I enjoy watching quite a bit. Despite the fact he almost always streams while I'm asleep. Why I did that backwards, right? Hitting the microphone. And For those of you that are unfamiliar, took a while, but ooh. If it works well, please share because I have not found one that works for me yet. $276mm. Okay, I've used that one before. Ooh. Pull that up here. That is awesome. Really soft use of color. That's gorgeous. Think are you gonna be at a because I did not realize we had a big mini convention that happens out here, at least in the country, but I'm looking at potentially heading out for Canada Gamescom next year. I want to hit up more competitions for painting. Plans for next year are if I can make it to that one, and then Tacoma Open, and then I'm not sure what other ones I'll be able to do, but I'm gonna do the Tacoma Open next year for sure. And then I might do Canada Gamescom. Might actually go. You're welcome to Egfig Expo. Ooh. I mean, to be fair, that'd be good too, because Fenris will be out there, or Fenris would be guaranteed to be at that one too, and those guys are amazing. Fenris did a sponsorship for me a while back. I did a sponsorship with Fenris, just a one-off, and they were amazing to work with. That's okay. I was just saying that's really cool because I'll repeat after ads, yeah. Because it says timer still going for me. Give it 2 more minutes in case you get thrown back in by accident. Okay, if you know them, Gabriel is like the best person I've ever dealt with. I just through like a bit of email correspondence. He was so fucking rad. And yeah, they sent me their a set of their brushes to test out, and they're also phenomenal because where else are you getting $10 Kalinskis? But yeah, that's the flip side. I was like, ooh, if it's in Quebec too, I get to come out and say hi to the Fenris booth. I like I like the fact that they promote Canadian content creators. And offer have like a decent, yeah, just the way they like what they do and the work they do with Canadian content creators makes me very happy to begin with. Don't worry, stepping out is a thing. It is a thing. Children be that way. Yeah, the people from Fenris were phenomenal when I was dealing with them, and oh, want to see a Maxi? Yes, I would love to see that real brush guy. I'm always wanted, dude. I always want to see your work. Your work is like next level. You know I want to see it. So yeah, she'll come over last weekend of April or 1st of May. Hell yeah. I'll see if I can make it out. I mean, I don't think getting to Quebec is that bad. You can get like discount flights for $200. You good if I bring that one up? Apparently, I've already liked this one. Dude, working in that spray booth looks so cool. Can you? Mind if Vancouver's like so... if you're willing to fly discount, you can, and you can typically find something fairly cheap. I know 200 is an exaggeration. It's usually closer to 400, 500, but same thing. It's like it's just if I know I'm doing something like that, it's easy enough to budget for. It's kind of the thing with the conventions is I just have to typically, if I know about them a year in advance, I can plan them out and budget my life around them because I don't party, so it's pretty easy for me to, for one way that no return, everything's return. I mean, I got I'm going return. It was taxes and fees in. It was only $900 for my return trip to Eindhoven. So like I'm going out to SMC, which is 11 hours there, 9 hours back. But that's an 11-hour flight, and that one was only $950 Canadian with fees and taxes in, and that's including a bag. That's including luggage. So that's, I think we're taking one packed bag plus plus 2 carry-ons and 2 personal items. And the personal items are just going to be bags of candy. That is Dutch Air, KLM Dutch Air. So surprisingly, a not discount airline. The trick mostly is to look regularly. If you know you're doing something like that, just check. Typically, you want to check on is it Tuesdays? Tuesdays is usually the day where it's the cheapest day to book the flights on. And then knowing to specific, I don't fly on don't fly out on a Sunday. Fly same thing. Which website do you find those on? I just Google it usually, and then repeatedly check Google every 2 days until check Google every couple days until I find, because airline prices and tickets are always fluctuating. But yeah, the most of the trick I use is just Google it every couple days, see what the prices are, and wait till they are acceptable. No worries. I hope you have yourself a great evening. Enjoy supper. And thank you very much for popping in, Vanessa. Thank you for the follow. And hopefully we see you around again sometime soon. And again, phenomenal artwork. Phenomenal artwork. I look forward to getting to see some of it in person. Oh, that's the other part of SMC that's blowing my mind. Is I'm gonna get to see Pascal's work in person. I'm gonna get to see Cryo's work up close. I'm that's one of the ones. There's so many great artists that are gonna be there, and I get to look at their stuff. But I think yeah, the plans for next year is it's gonna be Games Expo. And then there's another one. Get to flirt with Pascal too. I'm gonna flirt with Pascal so fucking much. Dude's gonna uh wait, Creature Caster does one in Vancouver? I didn't even know that Creature. What? Well, I'll be at CreatureCon too then, because that's literally. I mean, CreatureCon. That's still. They had their first one this year. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was looking at because there's also the Capital City brush. Or there's also the Capital City painting competition, but that's like Victoria and same thing. Like it's pretty small scale. Although, I like showing up to small scale stuff. Makes me feel like a big dog. But yeah, I will definitely look into that one as well, because same thing, like they need if they need a an F-list celebrity to fucking oh hell yeah, paint jam. And that sounds rad though. Have a great night. Have a good one. The old days. Dude, that is honestly, I do too. The problem with that now is most of my friends don't want to paint with me. Like most of my real life friends don't like painting with me because I don't know. They've said they're like, it's just, yeah, it's fair. Always ends up turning into, like they just I'll answer lots of questions or I'll tunnel vision in or yeah. But that's part of what I'm actually like most excited for. Ooh, which one did we check? No, did I miss one? I did, yes. I got a bunch of messages and all. Oh, that's a lot of nipple. Okay, I'll pull up the one where you got the star. Apparently, it's Get Boneless Band Day. We're just showing all the nipples on stream. That's stunning. Brush Guy, you do amazing work as always. Great texture on your fabric there. The backdrop on that is really creative. I really like that. We're gonna have Discord paint jams. We can have Discord paint jams. Where I am. Filter dropped, way more jaded. Anyone who's like painted with me off stream, it's pretty much the same thing except way more jaded about everything. Replace the smile with just a look of perpetual exhaustion. That was actually taken from the original 2D art that inspired that. Dude, I love it. MTG is a great name, man. The I mean, it's because the gambling aspect of but all trading card games have that, right? And I don't think that that's the fault of the trading card games, because like Pokemon was a thing when I was a kid, right? The issue is that the way it's been done has been changed. It's the scalpers that are the problem. Like it's honestly, it's the people. In my opinion, it's more the scalping that's the issue, because like I grew up in the generation of these things, and it just, trading card games were. Because it's a game, and opening the cards should be fun. And if you're going into it thinking you're going to make money off of it, or that you can make money off of opening boxes, that's, where you fucked up to begin with. But that's man, that's defeating the purpose of what it is. Because if everyone knows you're a fucking idiot, if you want to make money, you don't open your packs. You sell them 10 years out after the set is done. Like it's very simple. If you're opening packs, you like playing Magic. If you want to make money from Magic the Gathering, you buy boxes, and then you leave boxes completely unopened for a minimum of 10 years, and then you can release them back into the market. But that's called scalping. So the gambling aspect of it is I mean, it's technically, it's any that's just that's saying that anything that is chance, right? Exactly. And it's the flip side of it, right, too. Like, you don't have to buy the rarest variant of a card. If there's a specific card that you want, usually there's a not rare variant that costs like 30 cents that you can buy. At the high end, maybe up to like 40, 50 bucks. Exactly, Brush Guy. Exactly. Like, there's definitely the element of chance to it, but the loot boxes in video games are designed in a way to simulate an actual slot machine, up to and including the way the lights flicker and flash. But, you know, I've considered, it's the loot boxes are younger than trading card games are. Yeah, that's why I'm pointing out that trading card games aren't responsible for a gambling problem, because the problem didn't exist before loot boxes. You see, you're looking at something, but not with the correct mindset of, you didn't see people becoming gambling addicts in the 80s and 90s from trading card. But no, it's not the same deal. It's not, and this is where I have to put it down. The amount of people that became addicted to gambling in the 80s and 90s from trading cards is significantly lower than the number of people that became... No, they didn't. Gachapon started it. Trading cards did not start it. Gachapon did. It comes from Japan. where gambling is illegal, so they came up with ways to get around it, and that's been a thing since the 50s. And originally, too, trading cards technically, date back to old cigarette cards, but, no, it goes back to Gachapon. So there's a bit of a mistake in your logic there, but you don't see, again, as I'm saying, you didn't see the people getting addicted to gambling in the 80s and 90s from trading cards in the way that you're seeing people getting addicted to gambling from loot boxes and the engagement with it, and it's the big... I think, man, you're taking a very, very ignorant standpoint on this one. Because essentially it's looking at it from such a simplistic view that if you're going to the point of eating gum is gambling. And I just want you to take a second and realize that you've gone to the stance of now chewing gum is gambling. So do you see the point I'm trying to say? You're doing what's called a slippery slope fallacy. Okay, but this is called a slippery slope fallacy. This is not, these points you're making are not related to each other. These are not connected. You're drawing a connection that isn't there, which is the slippery slope fallacy. Because you're essentially going down, well, if this, then this, and if this, then this. But then you're going to the point like that buying chips is gambling because you can't see into the bag. You see all of a sudden, if I were to say buying a bag of chips is gambling because you can't see inside the package, then all of a sudden it's falling apart. What's important is to look at the societal impact, right? We saw kids go crazy due to these things, and it has nothing to do with the cards themselves. It has to do with the marketing surrounding the cards, which is why they had to change the way that the cards were marketed and why you're not allowed to run advertisements towards children anymore, because that was the whole point of these things. These crazes were not caused by an urge to gamble. They were caused by marketing executives. It's trying to get people to understand that, He-Man started off as a way to sell toys. Like, the Masters of the Universe are just a way to... The cartoon only exists to sell action figures. And it was a way for them to continually introduce new characters. So that way kids would continue to buy more and more and more and more and more. Now, you see, that is significantly more predatory. The reason loot boxes, again, I'll come back and I will accept that loot boxes are a form of gambling, is because the loot box is designed based on actual like the people who designed the way a loot box, even the animations on the screen and everything, it is actually designed by casino programmers and engineers. Like, it's you need to understand that loot boxes were designed by the same people who designed slot machines. And it's addictive in the same way a slot machine is addictive. It uses the same light patterns. It uses the same ways of making you think you just missed things. It's why they had to make the ban thing. It's why Call of Duty, for example, sorry, not Call of Duty, Valve for Counter-Strike 2. One of the lawsuits was involved the idea that they would always stop right at the highest value prize and then click right past it, so it makes you feel like you almost got something. And it's always the feeling of almost, which then but this is, again, trying to get you to understand that this is actually what you should be looking at. You can dislike Magic the Gathering all you want, but at the end of the day, if there's a card you want, you have the option. The reason I'll always say Magic is not gambling is because there is a secondary market for individual cards that exists. And that secondary market exists with non-rare variants of the cards. So while there are valuable versions, like, yeah, there's the One Ring card that Post Malone wanted that they only made one of it, or some of the serialized cards. where they had, 250 in foil signed by the original artist who did it, that kind of thing. And those cards obviously are going to have value and people will try to acquire them. But the non-rare variants of those cards still exist. You can buy a One Ring card, or you can just buy one. And actually, I will agree with you on that one, that they do release too many booster packs and that they're losing a lot of their originality instead to do crossover deals. Exactly. Again, my point that I'm making is that if you want specific cards, there's commander decks, there's yeah. And again, it's people. I think personally that I can acknowledge that Magic's not for me. I don't play Magic. I don't collect Magic, but I don't have any problems with, like, I mean, other than the Wizards of the Coast as a company. Like, don't, if you want to shit on Wizards, we can shit on Wizards. We got lots of things we can rip on them for. We got lots of things we can laugh about. We can fucking talk about them sending the goddamn Pinkertons to somebody's house. But it's, I'm not going to try and take away from something that other people enjoy just because I don't, right? Like, if people like Magic, good for them. That's awesome. Why? Because it's a hobby and people need hobbies. Yeah, exactly. It's there's a level of originality, yeah, but you know what, man? Like, there's a reason why one of my favorite quotes is "Good artists borrow, great artists steal." Tarantino was right. It's just at the end of the Tarantino was right. Great artists steal. Company creative since D&D is creative. It can be. It can also be really flat and not creative at all. And it really comes down to who the writer is. Because saying D&D is creative, sure, that is a concept. The idea of Dungeons and Dragons is creative, but so is the idea of Magic the Gathering. Everything you do in Magic, in fact, there's a reason Magic is so creative. There are numerous card games now that are based off of Magic, including Hearthstone. Now, again, I'm just going to come back to that and say the person who designed Dungeons and Dragons, again, as a game system, brilliant. But there are some dog shit modules. So saying Dungeons and Dragons is creative, buddy, I've played some really uncreative Dungeons and Dragons. Fucking anything Chris Avalon has put his hands on is uncreative. Like if you want to see how quickly you can take something in D&D and turn it into some uncreative bullshit, just let Chris Avalon fucking write on it for a bit. Just fucking cry more. To Chris Avalon, not to you. Can we all agree creative in one way? Yeah, that's fine. Again, there's nothing wrong with saying like people can be creative however they want to be creative. Magic is creative because it requires you to think creatively, right? Like you're trying to outsmart a person. It's no different than playing a game of Warhammer where you're trying to outthink them. But Magic just has more mass appeal at the end of the day. Like I do recognize part of the appeal of Magic is it's so easy to get a game of Magic. And not everybody wants, and that's the flip side. Not everybody wants to be creative all the time. You know, I can struggle with that feeling. I personally do feel the need to be creative all the time, but that's a me thing. And I recognize that not everybody's going to feel that way. We on that note, we got 2 more factions done up during my I got two more factions done up. We're up to 5. I have 5 more to go. I've increased the scope slightly to 10 factions, but I'm going to work around in a simpler way by only coming up with 5 unique, or I'm only going to do 6 unique rule sets. So there's going to be some overlap between different groups having, it's essentially some of the groups are going to have the same abilities, but with different flair and different, it'll make sense. So I've both made the scope a bit easier and also a little more challenging at the same time. Okay. And so the next, it sounds like you like, I mean, let's keep it civil, guys. But, you know, again, people will have their opinions, and I think that it's important that we just, you know, let people do what makes them happy. Because yeah, again, like it's also one of those things too. Like the crossover between the Warhammer community and the Magic community is so gigantic that it's just, you know. And on top of that, I'm actually going to say really quickly something interesting to note is I do know a few people who got into Warhammer through the Magic the Gathering release. Exactly, Cal. People always have their ways that they do these things. But yeah, even on that, like I know people that got into Warhammer through Magic because they liked the Warhammer cards, saw that it was a miniatures game, decided to pick up a box of minis, and then got into painting. So again, it's one of those things where it's you can't, you gotta take a look at things from that extremely open, essentially open the mindset to it of how this could introduce someone new to this. Like, you know, I'm not how do I best say this one? Dude, people expect that I will care about the game Space Marine or Warhammer lore or most of that stuff. And it's like, not really. I like painting toys and I like painting models, but I like Space Marine too because it introduced a bunch of new people to the hobby. That's all that matters. Is did this bring a new batch of people in? Has this made it accessible to people in a way that maybe wasn't previously? And it's my overlap in interest is it's funny because I think people always find it surprising that like my background before art was martial arts. I was really into combat sports, and when I found out I couldn't really compete or do that stuff anymore because my joints weren't holding up, I swapped to miniature painting and like canvases and all that. And it's funny because I've openly said to people before, like for me, miniature painting is one of the only places I can still get that semblance of competition and like yeah that I wanted from my old boxing. It's we'll all have interests. We'll all have different things that we are interested in, and that's also the beauty of it too. Because when you see the different miniatures that people paint, it's again falling back down to or it immediately almost goes back to what they're interested in. I paint very very different models than Jinx does. We both like each other's art styles. We're both interested in miniature painting. We have a lot of similar interests. When I told her I was doing a Duncan the Tall diorama, her response was, "What is that?" You know? That doesn't mean we don't have similar interests. It just means that, I'm really into fantasy and that kind of stuff. I like painting orcs and I like painting big monsters and I don't even know that Pascal and I have that similar of interest. The similarity in interest there again is the overlap in the fact that we both take painting extremely serious and that we love miniatures, but the overlapping. Oh, okay, yeah, fair. But yeah, again, it just really comes down to the fact that the interest is. Yeah, you can have similar interests while being not interested in the same stuff. I mean, we're all obsessed with Pascal. Also, you there is here. Welcome in. I just noticed the first time chat beside your name when you popped up there. Hope you're having a great day so far, and thank you for choosing to spend some of it with me. This is an absolutely delightful model to be painting. It's so good. You know what? Freedom from Mars. Oh, okay, we'll just skip that one. It's all good. What do I get at here? I need to do a thing. What do I need? What do I need? I need my sponge. I need a sponge. Uh, oh, that fucking ribs. Ow, ow, owie, ow. Ow. Sorry, I got a couple broken ribs, so shuffling around like that hurts like hell. Got my tweezers too. Mosh pit. Got my ribs broken in a mosh pit. Too old to be jumping into a wall of death. Apparently there reaches an age. This was at Scotfest, yes. During one of the hardcore shows, or during the hardcore show. And then coming with my other one. We're broken in a mosh pit. That's honorful. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good way. It was a good one. Try coming in with another glaze now. Here we go. Be happy to. I mean, brings me joy. Brings me joy. Makes me feel like a kid. Something about just like getting aggro and just getting it out of your system. I love it. And look at those. Okay, so the effect is going to work. The effect works. So that was the test we've been doing for the last 5 hours. Shit. Ugh. Have pneumonia, bruised ribs instead of broken from coughing. Oof. That sounds brutal. I just have to keep putting mine back because it keeps shifting over and over and over, and then I get a really stabbing pain in my sternum, and then I just kind of got to go like this and place my hand and start kind of shuffling, and I can feel the bone sliding back. So I'm just gonna put the bone back periodically. You're not supposed to have a mosh pit in your chest. Nope. No, you are not. Okay. Day 1 is looking freaking awesome. Let's start some more stuffs here, but I've been going for almost 5 hours. It's about 3 p.m. We're gonna do maybe another 20, 30 minutes, and then we're gonna raid out, I think. Don't advise. But yeah, this is probably gonna be one of the longer. This model I don't see being fast to paint. But it's gonna be amazing when it's done. There we go. So what exactly is a mosh pit? It's a bunch of people just running around slamming their bodies into each other with their elbows up. A large group of people just slamming their bodies into each other, usually elbowing, although punching is a faux pas. And then if somebody falls down, you pick them up. That simple. It's essentially like a, I don't know, kind of like a mall in rugby. You're from Australia. You should understand what a mall is. You know when people just start like in rugby when all the players are just like slamming into each other in that like big group trying to get to the ball, and then it ends up being like pushing in a big clump down the field. Doesn't happen a lot, but you're familiar, called mauling. That's essentially the same thing. It's full contact dancing. A wall of death specifically is when the audience gets split down the middle, and then they make a giant. They essentially the singer parts the audience like the Red Sea, like he pretends he's Moses, parting the Red Sea, so the audience parts, and then usually there's about 50 to 100 feet, of open space. And then when they yell go, both sides sprint at each other in full speed and just crash into each other. So we do in Prism? Yeah, pretty much. All right, I'll just take a moment really quickly and say thank you to everybody who's tuned in for the new follows, the chats, and everybody just being super freaking awesome. It has been a really, really awesome day. Thursdays always are, but today has been exceptionally awesome. And we're going to be spending, again, this whole week. So I'll be painting this again tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. I don't know if the client is willing to pay for more than that on this model, so we might have to wrap it after after Monday. But we'll take probably 4 days to paint this. I don't think he wants to pay for more than 20 hours of labor. But that's actually a good stopping point for today, because it is after 3, and I know I just said I'm going to go for probably another half hour, and then I looked at where I'm at, and I have none of my paints out that I need, and I'm not going to reset and things, so... Okay, we're going to pick this up tomorrow. We are going to come in. I might do a little bit of airbrushing off stream just to clean up a couple areas, but we are going to start establishing more of this along the rest of the model. We'll start getting some of the strokes and that along the necks. And then, I mean, tomorrow we'll probably be starting to focus in on the wings. It's quite heavy. Put that back down. Let's go see who we're going to go pay a visit to. Who do we raid into? And again, if you're new here, I'll be back tomorrow. Please consider giving a follow. And beyond that, does anybody have any suggestions of who to go and visit? None of my usual peoples are live right now. Mark, just you came in right back as we're raiding. Let's go same category. Does anyone have any recommendations? No. Hard no on that one. Let's go see. We'll just go see Monument Hobbies. They've raided a couple times. I'll raid into them. All right. I hope everybody has a phenomenal rest of your day. Mark, I'm going to DM you in a second. Don't worry.